Good morning, guys. How's everyone doing? I only caught a few minutes of the member stream. I full ported SPX 2000p. Thank you. Oh boy. Well, you didn't because the market's not even open yet. But and I'm like 90% sure you just trade on Robinhood. Ask me about my wiener. Okay. Probably getting laid off soon. Well, that's poopy. I hope not. VIX big ups. Is it time? Bulls are struggling a little bit this morning, but they're holding 5100 so far. BNED big scary. I don't know if it's big scary, but we'll find out probably in the coming days. And see if they get any information on refinancing. I'm assuming that their capital spend was in excess of what they expected, and they are running short on cash. Although they did recently pick up like an activist investor, so there's a small possibility that they already have a source of funding built in. But we'll see if that comes to fruition or not. If not, I mean, probably some sort of lending facility. Hopefully, one that's in their favor. Oh, yeah, sorry. I moved things, but it was supposed to be like 5108. I was just showing where spot was. So if we get above 5110, 5125 is kind of the next stop. If we get above 5125, we could test 50. There is a lot of negative gamma on the chain at the money. So there's a good chance that this could be one hell of a struggle for bulls to dig themselves out of this. Although they are trying. There is some pretty decent futures volume on the bullish side there. Why does time change impact? Why does time change impact the market? To what are you referring? Like the daylight savings? I mean, I don't think it does. So much screeching on Discord for us to open about 5110. Flat until London closed, then ripperonis. You mean the 3-year auction? Yeah, that's a distinct possibility. How many plane parts have to fall off for Boeing to go to zero? Apparently, at least one more. Nvidia's dumping 850. I'm not even sure that's support. I did want to check that out. Video. This on SPX. It's over here. I wonder if Dork's awake. Oh. Ah. Why are funds pumping crypto? Inflation hedge? Or because they're big enough they can completely control the market price and get plenty of exit liquidity. 1 hour earlier opening in EU. Yeah, but you guys don't have daylight savings? Is that... Oh, yours starts later, right? Next week. Ooh, 250. Hmm. What big fucking sell off at open. Down another 3.5%. Holy fuck, that's expensive. Hmm. 19. Why is it that my morning coffee always makes me need to take a dump right at market open? I don't know, maybe you should wake up earlier. How does SPXDN keep rising even though it's super tiny every day? Um, hold on. Are you trying to... I mean, it just moves closer to spot over time, generally speaking. because the majority of market making that's going on is going to be near spot or at the money, right? If you start to see larger moves in DN and see DN move more rapidly towards spot, that could infer that more put positioning is being bought. VIX up, SPX down. That's the way we like to fuck. Thanks, D-Engineer. Did you enter TLT? A little bit. I wasn't in a big rush, but I took like 10 contracts. I guess I filled on now. This AVGO scalp was already a fantastic idea. A little bit below risk, but nice bounce. Ah, okay. Is BNED dead? I don't know. I mean, maybe. Looks like it's bouncing back. We'll have to see if they're able to get funding or not. Feud's not looking too hot. We fit a megaphone here. We're already kind of in expanding downward channel. We could break up if we fill the gap. Next resistance is like futures 51.8675. So about $7 more the upside before we find out if this trend's gonna pick up strength or not. I would say puts are in a really good position to get squeezed off if we do get any kind of serious bounce, but they definitely have control of like spot price. We're seeing some short puts come in, seeing a little bit of out of the money call buying, but not a ton. Puts are still pretty strong at 51.10, 51.25. Those levels are really important. If we break substantially the upside of them, which basically means filling this gap, we could squeeze off a lot of puts, and that could trigger a bit of a run. Made 10.4% on an overnight AMD strangle. This market clown. You mentioned in the stream that Biden's speech was bullish. I mean, he said every bullish thing he feasibly could have. That doesn't mean the market has to take him at his word, but it's something we have to watch out for, right? The last time he gave a fucking Bidenomics speech, the market ran like 300 BPS. Isn't it his job to say irrationally bullish things? Yeah. But when he backs those irrationally bullish things with actual money, that's when they become actually bullish. 300 BPS move right now would be fun. It'd be interesting. I don't know if it'd be fun. Still struggling a bit with 5110. Momentum's not particularly bearish here. It's not really particularly bullish either. I would say it's pretty neutral. Yeah. Make it a little more bullish here in a minute. Futures volume's still quite high. I think does does Broadcom have earnings this week? Or that was last week, right? Their dividend comes up this week. Dividends on 5/25 on the Wednesday. Okay. BTU's doing a thing. You think we crossed 26 today? To the downside? I don't know. Maybe. China's inflation came in a little higher last night than last week than expected. So it might have something to do with this, but commodities are just down a little bit today. It's not like a huge move or anything. IWM doesn't look good though. Okay. What's your point? I mean, none of them look good. They're all down quite a bit. Yeah, Beyond's still on reg show. I'm looking for a re-entry because I intentionally got assigned for a profit on Friday. Ooh, you might get something with like the new yuan loans or the if they don't cut rates on the 1-year lending facility Thursday. I'm not sure the inflation numbers are going to be enough to really do any serious damage. Rejection there. Boop. There's a big fucking wall of options at 5100, but short dated gamma could be enough to break through it. And if we do, we could test as low as like 5080. And Tesla didn't look particularly bearish last night. It was one of the ones I was looking at. Kind of looks like it's going to even out a bit here. How's it doing this morning? Yeah, up a little. Let's see. Gamma neutral's at 85, delta neutral's 87. So a test of 80 doesn't really mean a lot. But it went into the end of last week with a bit of negative charm, so some of that's rolling off. I would say if it breaks 80, maybe there's a long play into like a DN test. I'm not sure if it would break delta neutral though. And I wouldn't really say it's broken 80 yet, given that it's failed 83 on the last two tests. Maybe even wait for 83 if you're trying to play the upside on it. Ooh. Yes. Sorry, bother. How do you calculate the MM's anticipated standard deviation again? I think it was looking strangle out the money. Are you talking about the expected move? Yeah, it's at the money straddle times 0.85. That's correct. No problem, motorist Dan. No problem. Hmm. Does not look bullish at all. $51.04.88 test. Not a very strong sell-off on futures, though. Looks like futures is finding support at 51.71 right now. So 51.70. Let's see if it keeps finding support there. All right. Net delta. Getting a little bit of call buying, a little bit of put selling, but not a lot of either one. It's like calls are being bought around. Yeah, most of the calls seem to be being bought around like 51.15 up through 51.30. There's a little bit of in the money call buying, like 50.75, 50.90. Not so much 50.95. Consumer inflation expectations are in 6 minutes, 5 minutes. That's some data. That's not hugely important, but if inflation expectations are up, that could be a little bit bearish. Dixie's doing its best to phoenix out of the ashes. Yeah. A little higher support on QQQ. Lower on SPX. Vol still turning up. I feel like we get a little gap in the pressure around here. So this could be a small chance for bulls to push up. What's up, Dork? Good morning, man. Ew, icky. Ooh, new low. They're the normal data. I would have made a note if they weren't. There's a slight buzzing in your mic or audio. It's noticeable when it's just around the noise gate. Are you aware of this? No. Is it just me humming? Like that? Die bulls die. Hey, look at. Alright, nobody else has any buzzing. Good to know. Are you looking at March 15 contract on futures? Because it looks no bueno. I mean, it's rolling off, right? So. But no, I'm not. The only buzzing I hear is my normal tinnitus. Fantastic. Do it sound again, but run your hand through your hair this time. Hmm. It's a very faint sound, not really a problem, but I still hear it a bit. It's probably my. It's probably not like an issue with the audio. It's probably just the fact that I have an air purifier sitting right next to me. I'm not playing any bear songs. How many calls do you have, man? But you should only be able to hear it when I'm talking. Do you think there's an entry for Vega puts coming up, or did I miss the boat? What do you think? I have some long positions on Beyond right now. I'm adding to it. It has to be when I don't, between when I don't talk and when the noise cancellation kicks in, which there's like a little bit of a delay. Ooh. Losing 5,100 a little bit here. I don't like that. That should be roughly gamma neutral too. 1598. VIX almost at 16. Oh, fucking Apple's up today. So Apple, Tesla, and then Nvidia's down, Costco down, Crowd down, Google's up. It's hard to believe that these can't carry the fucking price action. Ooh, AMD's getting wrecked. Holy shit. This is Meta. Fucking Meta's down 5%. Holy dude. Big cap tech's getting murdered right now. Microsoft's kind of stable. Is there news or something? Why the fuck are Meta and Nvidia selling off so hard? Didn't Biden say he was like pumping more money into the CHIPS Act? And people realize all of a sudden Nvidia doesn't make their own chips. Maybe the stock market just has a case of the Mondays. TikTok ban? Well, isn't that'd be bullish as fuck for Facebook? Is Frito-Lay the largest chip producer? Probably. Selling puts on TLT isn't worth it, and calls are really expensive. You think TLT is going to go up? I mean, if you think TLT is going to go, I'm not sure TLT is going to go up. Maybe. A little bit of call side support there. Not much. A lot of call buying. Yeah, they're trying to bump this. That's still pretty bearish. 95. Dixie's got a nice bounce going. Yields aren't really moving up very much, though. Oh, yeah, inflation expectations. What were those? Did we not get them yet? What the fuck? Oh. That didn't work. A little bit of a bounce in momentum again. Futures tested 51.58 there. Still selling off a lot though. Okay. Tops moving up a little bit. Gold is down. Ooh. Yeah, bigger push on futures to the downside here. Huh. Next real resistance on futures is at 51.50. There's like another $10 of downside left. I think we're getting pretty close to a solid resistance here, though. Outside of that, if we break back above 51.05, that's pretty bullish. Delta's real low, though. There's been support at 55 before. Not really much at 58. Let's see. A bit of put buying. Starting to get some puts around 50.80, 50.75. There's a bit of a call wall at 50.90, which is what we're kind of pressuring right now. Not sure those out of the money puts are bought. They look bought. I couldn't read this morning. What is DNGN? It's just go look at it. It's 5098, so we're below GN on the SPXW right now. Just below it. And DN's at like 5020 or something. And then GM on the monthlies at like 5005. DN on the monthlies at like 5828 or 4828, sorry. Do you see downside resistance? This is kind of the only one I see before we just drop to like 5080. So if we lose, because this is like the last substantial call wall, and it's already got more puts on it than it does calls. But if we flip back over 5100, then like a lot more bullish charm comes in, and you get that momentum flip from gamma neutral. So yeah, I would say this level is pretty important. Otherwise, we're probably gonna slip down to like ES 5150. You think Beyond rips this week? I mean, I don't really expect Beyond to rip, but a slow incremental climb up would be ideal. It looks like we're getting more covering on it a little bit. Or, well, I guess we did earlier. A little bit of covering this morning, but not a lot. The most likely time for it to like rip big is like post OPEX, and then going into like the ETF FTD period. Has BNED become more risky? Yes. Mm. That's a pretty good bounce back over Gian. Now let's see if we get that short vol coming in. We get a reversal in Meta and Nvidia yet? Oh yeah. Yeah, Nvidia is reversing really hard. What about Meta? Stable, at least. Stop selling off for a minute. Microsoft bouncing a little. Apple still looks pretty good today. Breaking through. Okay, so we're above gamma neutral again, I would say. Some bullish momentum starting to pick up on the shorter time frames. And we bounced back into the megaphone on futures. Actually, bounced back into both trends on futures. If we hold this, that is. Not a lot of put capitulation yet, though. Still would need to push above that 51.10 level. Although some of the deeper in the money puts are taking profit around like 51.30. Above 51.30, a lot of puts took profit. 30 and 25 have trimmed down a little, but not a lot. Mm. Was that sweep was louder than the others from earlier today? Wait, what? Only the video could turn a market downturn into an ascending triangle. That's not in a video. But yeah. We'll see if it keeps bouncing back. If it gets back above 875 or 880, it's got like a pretty decent amount of calls to the upside. Do you think we'll break into a short-term pullback? Yeah, I just think it's still a little early. And I also think repositioning going into CPI as neutral positioning come in is probably going to favor the bulls. But I do think that we're moving into a period of increased bearishness. We've been tracking that for like a couple weeks now, and we're starting to see the effects of that short Vega pulling back and less vol control. I thought the trade confirmation sound much louder than earlier. I don't know. Maybe the broker was just really excited. That's possible. The MM was just loving taking the money. I swear to God, if you play the bear song, I'm becoming a Cornichon. Sounds like it's time to play the bear song. Well, my audio settings are normal. How many people are over leveraged puts right now? Because let me be really clear about something. We're not below gamma neutral on the monthly. Not me. Yeah, that's the first time I can ever say that. Over leveraged SPX 5135s? Those are ambitious. I feel like my 5130s are overly ambitious. Although I guess I'm just hoping we don't get a tail on the 3-year. I got no position on the index, so not me. All my puts are in the money now and have stops set for a profit. I just opened a call hedge. Nice. The clock changed in the USA. Yep. I got out of work at 2:30 p.m. and you were already streaming. Because that was 9:30 a.m. New York City. Like big money, I too am sitting on the sidelines. Did you say the weekend that Jamie does not look primed for a run? Does that mean stagnate until earnings? I don't think Jamie looks all that great, personally. Worse today. But earnings haven't been announced yet, and that the announcement of earnings could come with a shift in options interest. Ascending inverse HNS. Let's go. Wait, where? Just looks like a double bottom. Oh, top? I don't know what top's doing. Is it going up? Nice. Top's ripping. Love how my options haven't changed price. But that's cool. I guess not a lot of volume. Oh, there they go. That's more like that trend. That's gross. How much of this sell-off is Bitcoin FOMO? Probably some of it, right? I wouldn't say a lot, but some. Ripping is generous. I mean, it's up 8%. I feel like 8% is ripping. It's just that it's a $1 stock, right? If CPI is cool tomorrow, we'll definitely get a pump. Bitcoin might also crater. Well, that's the start of a double bottom. Nvidia's gunning for green on the day. Fucking Apple's almost up 2% now. VIX 16? Wow. Market crash confirmed. I mean, if CPI is wearing a leather jacket and aviator sunglasses, yeah. If they pull CPI out of a virtual oven. Was there meta news? 500 bips. I don't see any. It's like a proposed TikTok ban, is what some people are saying, but that sounds like bullshit to me. Meta would be like one of the biggest beneficiaries of a ban on TikTok. Ooh, look at that fucking bounce. Nice. I just want AVGO to go back to 1330. I don't even feel like that's too much to ask. Reddit IPO would benefit too, no? Probably, yeah. Although Reddit doesn't really make money. Yeah, I picked up some Beyond calls. I'd probably pick up some more. Ideally, if it gets back below 7, I'd love to buy. I'd love to buy options below $7 so I could pick up the $8 ones. But I don't think we're quite there yet. Close. Ooh, just a little bit. Ooh, below trend. Well, not really. Very close to trend. Hmm. How much should I need this to fucking go up? 1%? 1% would be nice. Goddamn rejection. Think of all the AI Reddit could train. The market's not going up. Market's down massively today. Also, IWM looks like a bag of shit. Do you have a price target range with top? Not at all. Yeah. What are the TikTok sales? The rumored firm for the sales, Bobby K. Ex-CEO of Activision Blizzard. Sam Altman is one of the founders. What TikTok sales? Also, Donald Trump called Facebook an enemy of the state. That's the only reason. Facebook's like the only reason he won an election. He's turning on them now? That's where all the. So he's right. Depends on your opinion. You think someone knows something on top? No, top's super illiquid. So they're running out of short liquidity on it. That's why I took a long position, even though we don't have any kind of announcement for when they're going to drop their earnings report. But they need to drop their earnings before the end of this month. Otherwise, they're going to get delisted. China bought a few pairs of his shoes, so now he's all about TikTok. Oh, okay. Something about Jeff Yass and election money. Hmm. The CEO is from Singapore, not China. Our government doesn't quite understand that. The company's owned by China, man. Completely. It doesn't matter where the CEO's from. See you in a bit, Lawrence. No, not a bounce confirm. We need to get above 5110 for anything to get remotely bullish. Chopping around 5100 is not bullish. What's the mechanical significance of VN being above GN? It's a. There's fewer out of the money short puts, more out of the money long puts. This CryptoPump makes me want to sell everything and buy meme coins. They can be kind of fun. If Altman buys TikTok, OpenAI will have personalized data to fuel their generative AI. There's no way they have enough money to buy TikTok. Not only that, what fucking data is there on TikTok that's of any value? The dealer's moving longer, Vega. Hmm. This is getting kind of risky. Excuse me. Yeah. Man, bulls are having a hard time getting any fucking momentum. Tried there too. It was a decent attempt at a pump. Market makers up around like 51.15. We'll see. Exceptionally bearish to leave an upside gap all day. It still looks pretty bullish. Momentum starting to turn around a bit on longer time frames now, not just the shorter ones. Futures is still kind of in the gutter though. Oop. AVGO broke out. Nice. Have we gone over your thoughts on BNED today? I mean, yeah, we got to see what kind of funding they get. But them blowing through their free cash isn't exactly bullish, right? I mean, they could walk away from this in a much better position, but it's really going to depend on how they restructure and how beneficial the deal is. But if they get some runway out of it, that's awesome. If they don't, and if they're just digging their hole deeper, that's pretty bad. AVGO will provide the market pump that bulls need. Somehow I doubt that. I mean, they've got a chunky market cap, but I don't think they're supporting the entirety of the upside in the market here. I feel like Apple's doing a lot more legwork. don't you fucking do it. Auctions at noon for the 3 year, I believe. Or maybe it's not because the time change. Oh yeah, we're UTC -4 now, right? Yeah, auctions at the same time. What books do you recommend to improve trading psychology, mental toughness? It's in taxing emotionally and intellectually, especially with cognitive dissonance of fundamentals versus technicals. I have a list somewhere of books that I recommend for trading psychology, but I would, off the top of my head, Reminiscences of a Stock Operator, Against the Gods, Best Loser Wins, Thinking Fast and Slow, Predictably Irrational. Um, I can't think of the last one. I know there's another one. Do Economists Make Market? Irrational Exuberance. That's not. That's not a book, is it? Oh, Schiller's. I don't really like. Yeah, it's okay. I think Do Economists make markets? Stock Operator is entertaining and you can learn a lot. It's super dated. I don't know how helpful it is, but it's okay. Inverse Popcorn by Merriam Webster Merriam. Trump went bullish on Bitcoin. He's trying to capture the crypto bro vote. That's a great strategy. Crypto bros don't vote. Fuba could fall as far as like, I mean, 150 is the next support, but it looks like it's holding around 75 or trying to at least. Call buying's picking up a little bit. I'm kind of surprised at how little short vol we're seeing come in here. I guess it's still kind of risky. That looks kind of bullish. Okay. So another little push up here. Might push up into the trend. So if that's going to push up, then we can do this. Open that up a little bit. Not a lot of puts at 5105. But still a chunk at 5110. There's some put selling going on here. Okay. I think the March stop lot will continue to show 75 BPS cuts 2024, regardless of this week's CPI. The consistency with which many Fed speakers have reiterated post-January data that 75 BPS remain their baseline is notable. I don't think one CPI report will change it, particularly with Friday's softer payroll report in hand. It wasn't softer. It's a fucking an average of 265,000 jobs over the last 3 months. Low CPI number will just balance out January strong one. I think they'll have the fortitude to shrug off another high one, given so many other signs on inflation point to continued moderation. Goldman's estimating 0.32 core CPI. These assumptions are awfully fucking bullish. Ooh. Nice. I don't have Discord. Oh, okay. I I read them off to you. What do you need Discord for? Would you guess that this is a percentage of the general population suited to successful trading, e.g., 0.1%, 1%, 10%? I would say day trading, it's probably pretty low, like 1 to 3%. But I think overall, if you factor in, option selling strategies and income strategies, things like that, wheeling. I think you open up a much larger percent of the population that can benefit from that. I think this community is kind of evidence of that, right? It started out like I think peaked out around like 1,600 strong on the member side. Now it's about like 11 or 1,200 um after 3 years. So, and obviously not all those people are day traders. I would say the majority of them are not, but a decent number of them are at least swing trading. Nice AVGO play. Thanks, man. Yeah, I got out. I'm fine with profits here. That's far too much risk on AVGO weeklies. This thing can gap down like crazy. I don't want to risk the 1,300 test, but it does have more room to the upside, and call interest on it's pretty strong. I might actually like move to open something a little a little safer if we break above 1,300 today on it. Maybe I'll get like a debit spread or something. The options are also super fucking overpriced. For some reason, like at the money vol is like 50%. The market maker's pricing in huge moves on it. I'd be happy if we touch 5130 today. I think if bulls gain control of the momentum here, we could probably go higher than that. 5130 would be kind of the confirmation of a bullish breakout. 5125 to 30. I mean, I don't know about hedging it. It was just like an intraday scalp. I would say it's riskier to enter now than it was before, because now it's starting to run into like real resistance. I think 1,300 is a really important level. 1,320 is a really important level. You could try to play it level by level, but just you have to have stops. I think I took like a 18% drawdown on it earlier today, but I bought in pretty low, like right around 1275. Most people who wander in here think they can gamble in the market. Many of the ones who stick around have a play they can fall back on to make money with. Yep. I mean, I think those are the most successful traders in the long term, are the ones who can generate income to gamble, right? Um, like day trading, whether you consider it gambling or not. I mean, some day traders have a better than 50% win rate. Some don't, right? But the amount of like risk reward that you can get from day trading is very high. Right? You can get huge rewards for relatively low risk. But consistency is a problem. And so if you can become proficient at things like selling theta, right? And generate enough risk income to take risk with, then you can grow really rapidly. I think the data we give out's more than sufficient to make money off of. Thoughts on 5170Cs for Friday? You still think we retest the high, barring CPI blowout? I don't think CPI is going to be particularly bullish. I don't see any changes in supply chain or anything like that that would make me think so. Core PCE was up a lot on the last report. Some of that's probably still bleeding over. I don't even think we've fully felt the effects of the supply chain disruptions in the Red Sea. A lot of the last report was like gasoline's way up in the last like 45 days. Rents probably haven't come down, right? I mean, house prices aren't dropping, not substantially. So I don't think we see any easing in inflation. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a higher test, but I also wouldn't be surprised if it's lower than the prior high. And at least from a technical perspective, that's pretty bearish, right? If our next high test is lower than 5189, or we get rejected at 5189 again. There's definitely a significant shift in the way risk is being managed in the market, and there's a reduction in leverage, and that's not an indication that participants view the current market conditions as bullish, right? I mean, selling long dated condors is quite a lot of effort, and it's not easy. Effin. Like honestly, you're probably better off selling like short strangles. Um, like longer dated condors can be a bitch to manage profitably. They're good. They can generate really good yields without a ton of management, but I mean, when they need to be managed correctly. The only thing I consistently make money on is straddle strangles on high vol days, like auctions or data important data prints, etc. Okay. That's fine. I mean, you should probably work on getting your straddle and strangle management to a point where you can make money on days that aren't high volatility. But yeah, even if you're making 20% on the one high volatility day a week, right? That's still 20% a week. Honestly, the data is absurdly useful, and alternative financial entertainers add in so much more spin that disrupts profitability. Yeah. Or sometimes they just sometimes the spin there is to mask the lack of profitability. We get to watch 140 IQ dude with six-figure education successfully trade seven-digit ports during I don't trade seven-digit ports on stream. But sure, throw him off stupid stock. Whatever. I would have gotten bored with Jamie eventually anyway. As a purchaser for fiberglass manufacturing company, I'm starting to see lead times creep longer. Pricing hasn't gone up yet, but that usually follows lead times. Yeah, there's a lot of industries showing significant increases in lead times, and then yeah, that's going to feed back into pricing. We're also seeing pricing that's elevated over the last like two ISM PMI reports. I just did my company's health insurance renewal from last year. I've had three back-to-back 20% premium hikes, while the riskness in my workforce has dropped by 15% over that same time frame. Interesting. Oh yeah, don't forget in May we get the CPI revision that's going to ramp up healthcare costs. That's what's fucked up about the Red Sea thing, right? Is we're getting hotter inflation into something that's already going to have a positive impact on inflation. So if the Red Sea shit continues into May, inflation's going to get really hot into the middle of the year. Data interpretation trading, three entirely different concepts that all have to be understood to make a defensible trading strategy. Yeah, I agree. calls still coming in. Yeah. We're also a little, I mean, we're not really pulled away from the 5110 level, but we're a little bit above it. We're starting to get bullish momentum moves on the longer time frames, and we are getting, you know, the beginnings of a bullish reversal, right? As we pull back here a little bit above, kind of, this is a near-term trend. That's the long-term trend. But this is, you know, I could go to a lower time frame so it's more obvious, but this is a pretty bullish reversal, especially if we start filling the gap, which we're pretty close to doing. I just said we're pretty close to doing it. We haven't filled in any more than what we filled in earlier. We're still below the morning high. 5114. 5115.44. So yeah, we start filling the gap above 5115. Oh, hey, look. I sold AVGO at the perfect time. Baller. I, for one, am glad you got bored with GME. Well, I mean, it did trade flat for like a fucking year. I haven't measured my IQ since I was like a kid. I don't know what it is. And like your results when you're a child are like super skewed. Most of the intelligence tests are greatly flawed in several ways. I've only seen one other YouTuber trader that actually knows anything besides you, and that guy tells everyone what trades he makes, so no one learns anything. They just copy him. I feel like we get some of that here too, though, right? Which is probably a bad idea because I don't spend a lot of time looking at the WeBull port during the day. In my head, once you have enough money to sell wide enough condors in somewhat normal market environment, it just gets easier. But we're not in a very normal market environment, right? That's the problem. But yeah, it does. The more money you have, the more manageable they become. I just want to cover basic living. I don't expect 50K a month. Fair. I mean, you could do a lot of that with short strangles too, right? And they're just a little bit easier to manage. Getting pretty tired of not being in a normal environment for the past 4 years. Yeah. It's been a wild ride, though. I mean, this is probably the most interesting 4 years of market action since what? Like, well, at least in the last decade. I'm not really sure the lead up into '08 was all that interesting. It was just like a bull market, right? The 90s were pretty fun. Like late like 95 through 2001. That was some crazy shit. But I mean, historically, market like defined market periods last a really long time. They're boring as fuck. So maybe, I don't know, maybe enjoy this while we have it because it won't be around forever. Was it trading in the 90s? I could deal with boring price action if it's easier to make money in. Uh, it's harder to make as much money. Let's go wait another 4 years to the next vol event. Well, those are increasing in frequency. I mean, it's very possible that we're never going to go back to markets like that again. Which I think I'm okay with. I like when stocks go up or down and up. That's the best part. Should I short bit X or go long bit T? Do either of those have options? Ew. Probably short bit X. Fucking puts are so much money. Holy shit. That's crazy. Shrimp up 40%. Seafood festival incoming. No idea. Interesting. Looks like there's still a lot of buyers on BNet at 75 cents. This has really been a strong support for it over time. Support on the trend. Still looks a little bearish here. Yeah, this may pull back a little more. Starting to lose a bit of momentum. But if this pulls back to a higher low, it's a good setup for a continuation. Yeah, and on futures we're kind of getting a bit of an inverse head and shoulders. What's on Rio? I don't really like Rio very much. I guess I might have thoughts on an entry, but Jesus fuck, they got murdered after the dividend. I mean, this is arguably a cheap price. You could try to aim a little lower, but you might not get it. I think it slipped a little bit below trend. Yeah, it's a little below trend. My worry would be that it slips further. China's got some economic data coming up this week with the 1-year lending facility that could be pretty bad for commodities. Yeah, maybe a starting point for DCA. They haven't been doing very well though. And the biggest benefit with Rio is like their big fat yield, but their payout ratio is still like 70%. If you're leaning bearish on a straddle, would you increase the amount of puts? You get like 3 calls, 5 puts? Or do you just usually change dates and not quantities? Both. Sometimes I change quantities. Although I've found changing dates to be more effective. I feel like once I start changing quantities, then I might as well just be long, right? Then I'm really detracting from the neutral part of the strategy, right? Uh, so usually dates, right? Cost per leg. That's how I manage directional bias. But there are occasions where I will increase quantity of one direction over the other. But at that point, it becomes a question of like, are you just carrying like a hedged long position, like long puts or long calls, versus an actual neutral position? There's definitely times where like momentum favors bulls, right? So I'll get more theta on the put side. Um, and then over like the course of a week, I'm able to close the rest of those puts out. But I'm generally not buying more calls in that situation, right? I'm missing the shrimp MOASS. Oh Jesus! Unfortunately, other rock companies are going up negative X CLF. I mean, CLF's not super overpriced. X is just sitting at its buyout price. That's an interesting play if the sale gets blocked. I don't like that. It's expanding a bit. Although, support. Like, still not coming down substantially. I don't need that. QQQ. We need to watch AVGO anymore. What's NVIDIA doing? One test of 890. Hmm. Do you see PBR dropping any further from the current levels in the near term? I mean, I guess if oil prices continue to decline, but not really. I feel like this is a pretty stable price for it. Their sales were up. I mean, earnings was generally viewed as bad because of the drop in EPS, but that's more like year over year effect from like higher oil prices, like the baseline of higher oil prices. But I mean, I don't know. Even at like $16, I feel like PBR is wildly undervalued. And if they're converting a significant amount of the dividend into share buybacks instead of distributing as a dividend, that's only going to go to improve share price even more, right? So like I think like they cut cash like the cash flow distribution from 65% back to 40%. But of that 15%, I think 10% is being allocated towards um share buybacks, right? So they added like 2.8 billion in share buybacks even though they cut the dividend. And they're still trading at like a PE of fucking 4. So it's like a massive oil company with almost no multipliers on it, which is crazy to me. And that's just because of like the geopolitical risk and like um the emergent market risk, right? After 24 hours of swiping right on Bumble with my location set to Bogota, Colombia, I finally found a set of 10 Latina mommies to choose from. Easy. No, I did not. I didn't know CMI did a tender offer. Swapping Atmos at a 7% discount. Ooh, that's like a long. That could be like a fun ARB play. You could go like shortcomings, long ATMU. It's very similar to the J&J play that we did with KView a while back. Good morning, Maze. I wonder if there's any similarity in price behavior when pressing into an upper trend line or hugging a lower trend line when both moving in the same direction. I mean, it's pretty similar, just opposing, right? How high do you think shrimp goes this time? 2 cents? Three? You're out of your mind. I shifted from PBR to PBR exposure and bought the company that does their oil well survey and drilling, Apache. Oh, interesting. Mm, hmm. Did you go for BNED on the Sunday stream? Yep, I think so. BNED's pretty simple. Either they get favorable funding agreement and they get some runway, or they don't. But for now, it seems to have support at 75, which is kind of its lower level. Oil seems to rally and then get stuffed a lot. Yeah, it does. I mean, there's a lot of interest in price control on oil, right? Uh, Nat gas has been recovering a little bit over the last like month, which helps out DVN a bit. But I mean, I think the biggest win for DVN is going to be continued positive earnings. A beat in April would be nice to see. But I think they're doing pretty well. I mean, stable, right? Pulling back up to that like 47, 48 range. That's kind of been the midpoint for fucking almost a year now. So I mean, if you bought DVN at any of the low points, you should be in a pretty good spot. And if you bought it at the high points, your dividend at this point should have made up for it. Also, the compounding on most of the dividend drops have been followed up by a significant decline in price. So, if you have it on like drip, you should be compounding quite a bit. Lily's finally taking a hit. A lot of bullish news around Novo uh Nova Disc or whatever the fuck it's called. Nordisk. Nordisk. They haven't yeah, whatever the fucking nobody cares. They have a drug coming out that I believe is in pill form that's like 13% more effective than what is it, Manjaro? Probably still kills your kidneys, but you know, so does being fat. Hey, look, chat's losing confidence at the onset of 10 minutes of consolidation. Can you tell everyone when 0DTE puts and calls prompt? I'd like to get the crying out of the way. um, the pullback in bullish momentum's probably starting to settle out a little bit, but I would say that we could still technically double bottom here. I don't know if that bottom is going to be at like 50.96 or 50.90, but there's still a little bit more room for this to fall off. Like, yeah. What I would like to see is stability found at like 51.6675 ES, which is still like another $3 to the downside, so around 5100 SPX. And then if we get support there and another shift back into bullish momentum, that should set us up to fill the gap. No problem, Red Ranger. Jefferson discard that shrimp being the AI of the sea is not a joke. Swarm mechanics are legit. There's no AI in shrimp. More down or V from here. We got a few more dollars that we could drop, and this is still a bullish recovery. Otherwise, we'd be if we fail 5100, we'd be looking for a double bottom, which is less ideal and probably promises less of an intraday upside. So if we gauge my entries and exits when AJ isn't asking you questions every 5 minutes about directionality and momentum. I mean, I'm happy with that not happening. Hmm. Alright, that's lower than we want. So probably a double bottom. Losing 5,100 is not great here. Oh, that's gonna be fucking slow. Wait a second. Let me see what options positioning looks like. Not a lot of profit taking still. I guess 25 and 30 on the put side have trimmed back a little. We still have a call wall at 90, 50, 90, and a call wall at 5,100. The problem is below 5,100 we lose that charm support. Puts and calls are pretty flat, so we're just riding the hedge down. Yeah. Yep. Still a little bearish. More bullish if we break above. If we break back above 5,102. Bearish as long as we stay below that. Yeah. Not a lot of volume either. It's starting to get around noon too. So this is mostly just like low call volume is letting the negative gamma swing us down. I guess we could get some buying, but I think it would only serve to stabilize us. BTI ripping? I mean, it's up 40 cents. I don't think it's such a fucking value trap. Why not just get Mo? Mo's so much better. Like in every way, Mo is better. BTI is getting sued for securities law violations. Yeah, I don't really know if those are legitimate lawsuits or just like attempts at class action suits. Why is BTI popular all of a sudden? I don't know. Are you gonna lose 5,100? I mean, it wouldn't be ideal for the Bulls. I don't see anything really preventing us from losing 5,100 short of call buying coming in. I'm a bear that's taking all my short-term gains off the table and still holding call side. What has become of me? Well done. What are your thoughts on SPX 4900 puts for April? You're you're banking on a really big correction. I don't know why buy them now. I don't I don't know how clear I can be about this, but I'll try. It's usually a bad idea to buy long dated puts unless we've confirmed a breakdown of at least gamma neutral. Meh. Alright. How dare you? What? What? How dare I? I'm trying to keep you idiots from fucking losing money by buying 3 month out, $500 out of the money puts for no reason. You're not a real dad. I mean, that's true. Yeah. 500 out of the money. It's only 4,900. It starts at 4,900, okay? And then one person gets 4,900 and some other fucking dipshit comes along and he's like, man, I could probably buy 4,800s and crush it. And then it just spirals out of control and then, we'll still be trading at 5,100 in a week and I've got people asking me about their fucking August 2000p. $4,500s. Don't judge me. It's too late, man. No data until after market open tomorrow, right? We have a 3-year bond auction today. And I think at some point we got consumer inflation expectations were flat. And then we had a 3 and a 6 month auction, both of which were pretty uninteresting. And then we have a 3-year auction at 1 o'clock. Well, 3-year auction will probably determine like the rest of the momentum for the day. We'll be looking for a tail. If there's no tail, it's probably bullish. April 5600C is equally as it's just as bad as an April 4900C. It's actually worse. Japan PPI, I mean, that's not going to do anything huge, right? We'll have some effect on the dollar, but that's about it. It's okay, Roy. It's nothing against you. But yeah, I mean, just be patient with put positions. You don't need to rush into them. If things really get bearish, there's almost a $200 gap between GN and DN, right? There'll be plenty of time to make money. How about 2028 9000C? Also garbage. Unless you expect the market to crash, in which case it's amazing. But good luck finding someone to buy it off of you. I'm down $32 today. What do? I don't know. Have you tried filing for bankruptcy? Yes. They told me I can't afford bankruptcy. Nope, nope, nope. Noiler, it doesn't work that way. We've been over this. What the fuck does this even mean? New York Fed expected home price rise flat in Feb at 3%. Why are they using the word rise there? Expected year ahead rent rise is the lowest since December 2020. Consumers are more downbeat on the job market in Feb. Consumers hold steady on expected income and extra earnings gains in February. 3-year inflation expectations rise to 2.7% from 2.4. 5-year rise to 2.9 from 2.5. 1-year inflation expectations unchanged at 3%. The bigger risk is that the March dot plot shows fewer rate cuts. No shit. I used to smile at the daydreams of being rich, F. Jamie. Now I smile from the happiness shrimp memes bring me. You really do love shrimp, don't you, C Mill? How's this for a headline pumped out by Hedgies? Blank hits 24th 52-week low. Wait, is it Jamie? The Federal Reserve are to cut rates by 75 bips or less in 2024, say 52 out of 108 economists. 26 say 100 bips. Shit. Economists are super bullish. The Federal Reserve to first cut Fed fund rate in June, say 72 out of 108 economists. This shit's gonna be so awkward when the Fed just doesn't cut rates at all, ever. What the fuck is it? What's GDP now at? 2.5%. Did they ask dentists? Usually 9 out of 10 of them agree. I think you already have Cornichon Actual, Dan. You just need to hit the live button on the stream. What do they even teach in undergrad economics classes? How to be consistently wrong but profitable nonetheless? They don't teach you about money. They teach you about economic theory, which isn't really a scientific theory. It's more of a philosophy. They teach supply and demand for 3 semesters. It's cultural appropriation of real math. Yeah, I did, Joe. We're doing 30 dead legs of previous straddles. No. Are bulls gonna pump it? Well, for a second, till they get rejected again. Or they never get rejected. But I'm not prepared for that mentally. Still haven't really broken 5180 on futures today. Well, we have, but we haven't really held it. It seems choppy and hard to trade because lack of momentum today. I don't know. I feel like the ranges are pretty broad, at least. Momentum's not great. You're not wrong about that, but we're getting a lot of range on very little volume, which is interesting. And probably due to the fact that there's just not a lot of gamma on the chain right now. Buy low, sell high. Ooh. It's kind of a sloppy inverse head and shoulders. Vol's getting drilled down finally. That's kind of bullish. Paul and Tesla continue to tickle 175. Oh, look, I was right. It got rejected at 83 again. A while. Yeah. Options positioning on Tesla's kind of neutral right now. Still getting profit taking on the bear side. Nothing's really built up directionally. Mm. Are you giving up 0 DTs for Lent? No. I was pleased to see that VIX was still at 1559 after you said that it had drilled down. I said it's starting to drill down. We're getting a decent amount of put selling. Gold's starting to move up again. Dude, gold's getting bullish as fuck. I was happy drill down does not mean 1280 VIX. I don't think it's going to mean 1280 VIX again. I think we're kind of out of that environment. If we're not completely out of it, we're rapidly leaving it. Okay, 84 Trans Am runs. Comes with a spare motor from a 76 vet. Needs touched up. Should I buy it for $1,200? I mean, if you want to spend $20,000 fixing it up. My dad's holding 300 shares in NVIDIA, and I'm trying to get him to sell some theta to the D Jones. Okay. What type of vol regime do you think we're in store for next? A higher one, a period of higher volatility. Like VIX 85? That'd be cool. Periods of higher vol mean SPX0 GTs are even more fun. Yes. Way more fun. Oh, fucking Christ. Just break 510 already. This is so fucking boring. Call positioning starting to get a bit stronger. Dealer delta is moving a little more positive. So we're starting to see an environment that supports a continuation of upside. Just barely though. And we still have a lot of resistance at 5110. But above 5110, resistance has weakened a bit. And is mostly concentrated around 25. If we break 25, then it starts to get kind of bullish. Some of those short dated calls in the money. Oh. It's gonna crash, ain't it? I don't know. We kind of, the fact that we haven't, like, we found support higher, and we're trending higher here is probably still pretty bullish. Would Fubo ever fall below $1, or would the pickle jar never allow that to happen? It didn't last a long time last time. When should we move on from scalping to swing trading it again? Is it when we hit 250k from scalping? No, I mean, you can diversify far sooner than that. I hope you're not scalping with the entirety of your port, and then you should be doing something with the rest of your money. You don't want it just sitting there collecting. Like, if you're scalping with 10% of your total portfolio, what's the rest of your portfolio doing on any given day, right? Waiting for FOMC. Does Atomic basically own Fubo now? I know he's got a lot, but I don't know. I don't know how much. No, I mean, I think he's got more than me. Shares. I don't know about options, but shares he definitely has more than me. Do you and Atomic combined own more than 10%? I highly doubt it. 10% would be like 60 million shares. 50 million? No, it's like 60 million, right? No, sorry, 28. Yeah, I thought their float was bigger. I think I was thinking market cap when it was at $3. Yeah, yeah. It'll be 20. That's absurd. Can you bring me up to speed with Fubo? It was a long pick, like last July when it was trading at like $2. And then immediately after it ran to $8. And then that sparked a fervor of buying it at prices that were way too high. Um, and then it's just turned into like a good compounder. Um, I was bullish on the management's plan to turn around their profitability over the next 2 years. They're heavily incentivized to do so. Um, I still am, but I think most of the people that own it just use it to sell covered calls and CSPs. Some weeks you can get pretty decent yields, like 3-5%. There's some 3.5C leaps on Fubo. Should I cut and reposition or average down? Oh, yeah, it's up to you. The price could turn around. I mean, their earnings were good, right? At least their last earnings. So you're saying Unitomic only owned 5%? I think I have 20,000 shares, and then like I don't know, like 30 synth longs right now. It's nothing crazy. No, synth long is a contract. It's 30 contracts. I own way more than you in my paper account. Nice. Where are NVIDIA levels? I still don't think they're anywhere near spot. Gamma Max is at 975. Gamma Neutral's at 722. And then Delta Neutral's at 587. If we had bad PPI and start breaking down towards end of week, how low can Nvidia drop? I mean, Nvidia's downside doesn't really pick up momentum until it falls below GN, and that's fucking still $160 out of the money, right? Since we broke 5110, could we now test 5110? I'd hope so. I know it's a stretch, but I have confidence. Okay. I mean, I'd be pretty confident in that. Fixed correction over. Full port calls. I'll be right back. 1 second, guys. Oop. Falls trading up a bit. I feel like holding this is going to be pretty important here. Is SPX still trading in a $20 range all day, every day? No. Volatility is up a bunch. Welcome back. One more hour until 3-year notes. I feel like it would be smart for bulls to push before the 3-year note drops. If they're going to try to push their like 40s and 50s into the money. Well, 30, 40, 50. $20 gap up candle. Here we come. That's no. No. Although we are done with this shit. We could establish a wider. Yeah, 1450 is the side resistance here. 4377. How's the IWM looking? Any recovery there? XRT still looks shitty. Hmm. Ooh, 206 is kind of attractive. Dude, what the fuck is going on with top? So a bit of volume, tested 55 and then failed. How's liquidity? A little bit of covering. Top looks bullish as fuck on the 1 hour. Or the 4 hour. Yeah, okay, I would sell if that happened. Interesting. Yeah, lame. Fucking beyond holding $8 still. One of these days that'll break down, right? Yeah, Beyond's running really low on ETF liquidity. We'll probably start to see the bar rate go up again soon. Ooh. And sell the 15. Sell that for 80 cents. And buy the extra call. Seven, 9. Ooh. Huh. The 3-year should print a tail? I don't think so. It's a pretty small auction. Maybe. There's going to be less demand from China this time around. I know the last 3-year auction, yuan was a little bit more pressured. Right now, that pressure's not very strong. All my friends feel like geniuses because they bought a leveraged BTC product 2 years ago and are now up. Can we crash soon so I don't have to live in this timeline anymore? Don't worry. My experience with Bitcoin bulls is they'll still own that leveraged BTC product after BTC goes back to 30,000. Do you have any thoughts on Audio Eye? No. I have some shares and it's a slow one, which makes it boring as fuck. Just curious your thoughts on the fundamentals. Yeah, I'll take a look. Why not? This is AI. Uh-huh. Were you just looking up things that were called AI and you bought this? I like their margin expansion. Ooh, I've got a fun pickles pick tonight. End user internet companies founded in a famous just patented internet content publication distribution software. Okay. Interesting. Very steady revenues. Not a lot of growth recently, though. I don't like their... And their margins are improving a bit, but I assume they're paying off debt. Nope, they're accruing it. Ouch. Okay, well, let's start with they don't make a lot of money. And their cash flows are terrible. But they are doing pretty well. Yeah, like margins have been improving, but their operating expenses and costs of goods sold are really killing their bottom line. Are they implementing anything to kind of bring down their operating expenses? Are they, getting rid of employees or uh, I'd want to see some sort of move to opening up those cash flows a little bit and getting that fucking debt paid down. $1.11 debt to equity is not a great look. They're projecting growth, but since their revenues don't seem to grow at all, I'm assuming that they're planning on making some sort of cuts to improve their profitability. But that's what I would look into. If they're not doing that, I don't know what the fuck they are doing. Because, like I said, they're really not growing at a very rapid pace. What do you think of NVD? Which one is that? Is that the 2x one? It's a Granite 2x short NVIDIA. Ew. I mean, why not just short NVIDIA? I mean, leverage ETFs benefit from like notional value change, except this needs to like reverse split. If it reverse split, then I'd be more interested in it. But at $5, it kind of sucks. You'd be better off just like shorting TQQQ. It's cheap, but it's not like, even if Nvidia dropped 100%, it would barely go to like $15. So as Nvidia goes to zero, it could go to 15, which is awful. Well, it depends on how fast it went to zero, but yeah. It has compounding. You have to you have to factor in like beta decay. So if Nvidia starts a downtrend now and continues to downtrend every single day for like 100 days, right? Then that NVDS will like go parabolic. But if Nvidia drops really fast, like one day, like say Nvidia just drops 10%, right? You're gonna get a 30% gain on your $5. And I feel like that Nvidia is probably more prone to this type of price action than any kind of long-term decay. If it's, I mean, it's not really prone to going down at all. Well, look at the other day. That was like the biggest drop on Nvidia in months, and fucking this shit went up 55 cents. Ooh, that's a little more bullish. Ah, how dare you? What? Where the fuck did it go? About Against the Gods, the polemical theology of the Old Testament. I've read the whole thing 3 times. I fail to see how this will help me with risk management. Yeah, we could have made 6 to 8K on like one NVIDIA put. I've been averaging into NVDS because I believe the company and their CEO, Dark Jensen. Or is the risk management going to heaven? Well, you can't take the money with you, right, Greg? At 3 at 955p. Nice. And what, you closed them? I sold it before it dropped. Ouch. That was the only thing I did right last Friday was my straddles. But I didn't have unfortunately I didn't have a lot of contracts on NVIDIA. I only had like 5 and 5 because they were 0 DTs. I didn't want to like over leverage them. But yeah, they printed pretty hard. It was awesome. It's good to have a plan, Maeve. I mean, if you had a plan and you cut your risk at the level that you intended to cut risk at, that's you did the right thing, whether you made money or not. It's better to do the right thing, right, than to take the chance. Because doing the right thing consistently means that when the odds fall in your favor and something like that does happen, you'll profit off of it without exceeding your risk limitations. I better stop buying fucking puts right now and just let this shit rip. For someone who's still learning learning position management. Okay, well that's terrible. Don't let your 0 DTEs drop to negative 60%, Maeve. Just exit and buy back in next time. For someone who's still learning position management, is it better to have a single wide credit spread or several narrow spreads if you're targeting a specific position size? Usually the profitability on several narrow spreads is better. And if you're selling them, it's a bit easier to manage ones that are not so wide because you don't have the margin requirement. No, your margin requirement is going to be about the same, but it's still easier to manage it like a narrower strike. I wish everyone in here just had portfolio margin. This would be so much easier. I told myself if we got back to about 17% down, I would sell it before I wrecked myself. I mean, you shouldn't have let it get to that position in the first place. That's the problem, right? Holding on for hope in a position that's already exceeded your risk limit. Yeah. If you can't trade again that day, you can't trade again that day. That's it. You know, it's. But I will continue to tell you, set a plan and stick to it. Consistency is far more important when day trading than picking winners. It's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. I think I'm starting to see Pastor Coin's strategy. Yeah, you shouldn't probably, I mean, like, if you only have $1,000 capital to work with, you probably shouldn't be fucking with Nvidia. Are we gonna break the line before the auction? That'd be cool. I don't know. Probably. We could. 30 minutes left. We probably won't, but we could. What is 15 giving bulls so much trouble? There's a big pile of puts at 20 and 25. Upside put walls. There's also a big pile of puts at 10. But it's so pretty. It's better to make small amounts of money consistently than big amounts of money once. When you start taking positions that are exposed to making a lot of money, they're also exposed to losing a lot of money. XRP is MOASsing. Really? We can finally sell this shit? Oh, fuck yeah. I'm gonna sell everything. Hold on. Oh, you fucking piece of shit. Nice. I put a limit on it. If it drops, I'll sell. If it keeps going up, then I'll move it up later. Don't rug me. I've been sitting on that fucking bag since like fucking 50 cents. I'm very happy to get out of it. I've had it since 23. I sold that shit already. I sold out of all my buys from like 2022 when it hit like 85 cents the last time. Yeah, you had to buy it on foreign exchange. How much have you got? Like 28,000 right now, I think. And change. Dixie's about to drop. Well, it found some resistance. I don't know. It could still be reversing, actually. But yeah, it might pull back a little. Might pull back a little more. If it doesn't find support here. Why do you love Tupperware so much? Do you have a lot of killer containers at home? I mean, so far Tupperware has made me a bunch of fucking money. That's why I like it. I think Dork, I don't know if Dork got in it big. I think he might have just had like one or two contracts the last time it did squeezies, but me and a couple other people were in it pretty heavy when it ran up from like 50 cents, 60 cents. I'd tell before it was cool below $1, and I sold it before it was cool below $1. Fair. Gherkin exclusively uses Rubbermaid. He's the short hedge fund on top. I'm not. Biden promised me 5,200 today. I mean, he really did, right? I don't know if he could have said any more bullish shit. And the market doesn't give a fuck. That's the funniest part about it, is the market just doesn't care what he said at all. I feel like 3 weeks ago, if he had said the same shit, we would have gone up to like 5,400. So when I first when Tubb first started doing like weird OPEC shit, I played it a few times. Um like I think back in like I played it a couple of times back in like 2022. Um and then I got burned really bad on it, and I think it was like Feb of last year. Like I got in at 4 and it just fucking like tanked to like $2. Um and then I got in it again at like 70 cents and like a dollar. It was like $1.50 when it ran to 7. And then I played it again when it ran from like $1 to like it hit almost 3. It's been pretty good. If you can get in when it's cheap, it's got some volatile runs. It has some far out of the money leaps on top in case it squeezes. Yeah, that's. I mean, I'm not very far out of the money, but the problem with top is it's like a coin flip, right? Like they can just fuck everything up and not release their earnings and get delisted and then get the fuck shorted out of it on OTC, right? But on the other hand, they could present a turnaround plan, um, and a restructuring of their debt and rip to like fucking $10. They kind of have that like Revlon thing going for them, where their revenues, really aren't that bad. It's just their debt is excessive and poorly timed. Oh God, not Rev again. I mean, which part of Rev? Like the delisting and ultimate removal of Rev sucked, but everything else on Revlon up until that point was fucking awesome. There's a reason so many people went balls deep on it, right? I don't know if you guys remember selling like $3.80 4Ps on Revlon, but that shit was fucking dope. The first day was crazy. Yeah, when everything like 100x'd. Maybe this time just don't full port into a bankrupt company facing imminent delisting. I lost all my Bobby gains on Revlon. Yes, you did. 35Cs had .5 delta. Never forget. Turns out we should have just been selling them, but you know, whatever. I still contest that there was no reason to delist that stock. But if you're saying don't full port on a bankrupt shit ticker, does that mean I shouldn't full send 2027 VIX calls? Uh, I mean, probably not. Bobby was my nemesis that year. Bobby was awesome. It just kept getting cheaper, and then it ran all the way back up again. Yeah, it was a weird ruling. It fucking fuck the NYSE. It was bullshit, is what it was. But the company wanted to go private, right? They just wanted to take all those profits and cancel all the shareholder equity. I mean, at least we're holding above 5110 right now. This is where we want to be if the auction, if you're bullish on the auction not printing a tail, this is probably the best position we're gonna get to for the time being. Remember Jake Freeman? I think he made out like a bandit on Bobby. I don't know if he did or not. I'm pretty sure his long position in Bobby was a hedge for his bond position, but and I know a lot of their debtors did not get paid. So there's a very good chance he lost a lot of money on the other side of that trade. But didn't he take all of his profits and put them into MindMed? We like met with him. He was a interesting guy. Yeah, it's just still down 35% since the Bobby run, though. Oh, wait. Oh, it's this one. It's down even more. It's down like 54% since the Bobby run. Up like 650% since November. Yeah, it's moved up a bunch since then. I wonder why. They don't make money. How consequential is the outcome of today's auction? Probably not very, but it could add to the bullish momentum if there isn't a tail. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of a pump. If we get up to 25 before the auction, that puts the bulls in a really good spot. How many 150s are open on this? 900. April. 200. Oh, those are puts. 1500. Oh, shit. There's a lot of fucking calls open on top. Ooh. Somebody selling fucking October 150s? I hope we squeeze that short vol. That'd be fucking awesome. What if throwing spare change to these shroom, DMT, etc. depression biotechs? I mean, legalization's still a big hurdle for them. One full port NVIDIA shorts? Not yet. Maybe a couple quarters. Or if the market starts crashing. 25 would be great for the Bulls. It's me, the Bulls. The Fed's really banking on a Goldilocks scenario happening here, huh? Intraday high. Looks like we're back down to 80 bips of rate cuts today. Oh, speaking about TLT, TBT went on Reg Show Friday. Yeah, TBT. Bulls got it now? No, not yet. Above 10's a good start. Above 25 to break out. I don't think we're going to go above 25 until the auction, though. Or after the auction. And only if the auction's bullish. So no tail. Good bid to cover. Auction's in 12 minutes. It'd be really cool if the Bulls pumped it up to 51.25 before the auction. That would be a far better position than this, but they may not be able to. There's a big chunk of puts between 20 and 25. That's why we keep running into resistance here. Are you announcing the auction? No. Was that 51.30, 52.05 you bought on Friday a hedge? Or were you really bullish about the weekend? No, I wasn't that bullish about the weekend. I just wanted to have it in case we gapped up over the weekend. What's the most in the red you've been on a stock, and how much did it bounce back? Oh, like on just like an actual stock? Hmm. There was a point where I took a fat fucking drawdown on Nvidia. Back in like, I don't remember, it was like 2021. And I was like long shares too, but it was like it dropped like 25%. That was pretty bad. There was a few times where I was down a lot on GME. Usually I'm pretty careful about where I buy stocks though. I usually don't get too bad at drawdowns. Options, I mean I've had options go to like negative 98% and then come back in like 5x a bunch of times. I've had it happen on SPX and GME and Netflix and Tesla. It's not good. If you have an option that's 98% down, you're probably going to lose all your money. That's why you never set a stop. No, that's not a good reason to not. That's no, don't. That's terrible. I mean, sometimes it is though, right? Like, frequently when that kind of shit happens, it's on like zero DTEs or something, where you're buying like 30-cent contracts and they go to zero. And who gives a shit, right? I mean, the money you put up at that point is the cost to take the risk. The overnights that open with only theta value just to bounce back hard are my favorite. I had that last Thursday in SPX puts. That was hype. Yeah, that was a fun end of day. Back when the market used to do normal shit besides just constantly go up, there were a lot of times where I would open like a zero DTE straddle on top of my straddle, and then you open on a gap up, and then all the calls take profits, and then your put prints super hard. This still happens occasionally, but it used to happen a lot more frequently on overnight gap ups, especially in late 2022 when vol was still high, but like the market hadn't really gotten bullish yet. That's what got me hooked on straddles initially. Was I was like, this is just fucking free money. Like every morning we'd open up like 1.5%, and then we'd fucking pull back to gamma neutral. On like a 80-point pullback, and then we'd bounce again into the end of the day. Ah, those are the best. I mean, you kind of get it nowadays at the V, but the range has been shitty because vol is so low. Although it's getting better. I too am a fan of high volatility. Yeah, that's the best. What are your thoughts on gold? Is that a risk play or are you confident on it? Um, I mean, gold's at all-time highs. I don't know how confident I am on it, but I'm fairly confident that we could see some currency risk before June. And if we do, gold will run. It's already running a little bit just on fears, right? It's pushing all-time high just on the fear that Bank of Japan might move to do something. It's not a very big position. I have GLD in my other account, but I've been scaling out of that. This I just got because I was like, oh, I could get like some cheap gold exposure over here in the smaller account. I think a little bit. It's a little bit of a like the momentum's there kind of play, but it's also a little bit of a risk hedge. In the current market, how have you adjusted straddle strangle? I mean, I haven't really had to. Fortunately, the last 3 months have just been very one-sided. I would say that the biggest consistent change I've made is that I just buy a lot more theta on puts, and I have been for months now. I usually don't regret it because and eventually we get like 100 basis point pullback or something, and it prints not all of my dead legs, but some of them. And then the upside's been so fucking aggressive that like the call side just pays for the puts anyway. Like this drop today, I cleared out puts from like almost 2 weeks ago. Like beginning of March. Like straddles that I had from the beginning of March, I got to close today because I was just buying them for March OPEX. But the calls I've been buying like 2-3 DTE on. Like last Thursday and Friday were fucking ridiculous on the call side. I think like Thursday I straddled like 51.50. And then I got to sell those $40 in the money the next morning. What are our ranges depending on the outcome of the auction? Move up to a 25 test from here. And then if bulls break 25, range opens up a bunch. We can move. I don't think we will, but I mean we could move as high as like 140 or 145. I think 30 is a pretty important level. If we get 30 is an important level on the longer dated time frames. So is 25. So if we can get above 25-30, we can probably hold there, and you know at end of day buying we might see even a push towards 51.50. Downside range, if the tail prints, we could drop back to like 5100. I don't think it's a very big auction. I don't think a print, like a tail on it's going to be all that dramatic, but it could be. Fed bid 0 on the 3-year. 35 or more would be great, as I independently with no influence whatsoever purchased 51.30 52.05 debit spreads on Friday. Nice. So straddle would be a good strategy now. It's there's not that much range. I would see how much money you need for it to print. But yeah, you could straddle here with like tighter stops. Because it's like you're trying to play the event basically. Hmm, 4.269 before the auction. High yield 4.256. So no tail. Oh, this was 50 billion. I thought it was 30. This is 56 billion. It's not really affecting yields very much. Ooh, some put buying. Puts trying to get out of their positioning, maybe. Bid to cover 2.6. A little bit better than last time. Gross. Alright, so I guess we'll see if some put positioning falls off here. Yeah, a little battle for the price, but I feel like bulls will probably come out ahead because there's no tail, right? I mean, there's nothing like there's no price action, but there's a lot of options volume. I mean, the channel broke down, but we didn't lose 5110, which is where support is. We got about I don't know, most of the put buying looks like it got netted off, so and then if we move up, those puts are gonna want to close, right? And that's where things start to get kind of squeezy. What do you think of 5080p 4145C? I don't really know if we have enough volatility to do a strangle that wide. That's a quite a wide strangle. How much theta? Zero DTE? That sounds terrible. Interesting. 4110's down here, though. I'm not sure how important that resistance is. This is like an old something. I don't remember what it was. I think it was Vega neutral like a couple weeks ago. The 5110's what's really important here. So we must have gotten more put buying. Yep. Support is at... It's not quite 5110. Support, yeah, support's at like 5111. If the put buyers capitulate, that's where we would want to see them do it. Yeah. God, still. We doing this thing or not? I don't know. Just waiting to see what happens. There's a lot of options volume right now, but so far it's not really driving any price action. Protecting positions? Yeah, I think more or less the put buying came in to stem the call buying. So there was a bunch of call buying right at the print, and then we got a big dump of put buyers. So just trying to kill the breakout momentum. Puts are, there's out of the money puts at 5110, like quite a lot of them. So maybe they're trying to get the 5110 back in the money before they capitulate. It doesn't look like they're super successful here. And then if more 5110 puts capitulate, it'll become harder for them to push the price down to that level. I've been told 5,200, so I full ported my life savings, 50 cents, into 5,300 zero TTs. And I'm not a millionaire. What mean? I'm gonna go with your understanding of numeric values might be fundamentally flawed. New tail and we're dropping. We got a ton of put buying after the print. I don't know if we're dropping for very long, but yeah, we're dropping right now. Oh, there we go. Hmm. Ooh. We're gonna close the puts here. Okay. So we lost, yeah, we lost that resistance at like 12-11. If this starts to bounce back, 108. Any puts coming in below this? Not really a lot at 105. If this breaks bearish, close, but not quite. Futures has like $2 of room. If it doesn't break, though, probably bullish. Boing. Yep. So it looks like they wanted to save some of those 510s after all. Yeah, there's some put capitulation on that bounce. A little bit. Not a ton, though. There's still a lot of fucking puts. I'd like to see more. I'll hold out for that 4-cent gap at 512 for the rest of the day. Now the question is if the bulls are going to start selling the 4110. If they start selling this and triggering stop losses, we could move up pretty quick. And put buyers haven't quite given up. I'm getting more vol shorting. Positioning leaning bullish? No, not yet. But they're trying. Need a big, like, volumetric breakout to just stop loss hunt all the puts. They're in a good position for it, though. That's better. But more. Why bullish? The fuck? Well, because bulls are doing bull things. You want to be bears? Lose. You want to be the guys getting fucked on their 4110 puts right now? It is pretty weak. You're not wrong. But it could pick up strength. Yeah, they could move. Futures move about 51.85. We're gonna find some buyers, and then even more at 5,200. Yeah, that's a pretty sharp reversal. They're starting to sell the puts. A little bit. We've definitely got the vol short going on. CPI feeling bullish. I'll buy calls right now, Dad. I'll do it. I don't know. CPI is probably gonna be hot. I mean, at least that's what I think. I'm usually right. Not always. pre-PI bullish, CPI maybe not. Yeah. I think bulls are kind of pinched here. Like, I think as far as their risk is concerned, they need to do something dramatic today because tomorrow could be really bad for them. CPI hot, SPX rips to 5,200. Ew, don't say that. I thought Joe was gonna fudge the numbers so we could get some rate cuts. That's what he promised. Oh, come on, you fucking bulls. Push it. Weak ass shit. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this pullback doesn't look very significant. Hmm. Should we go long IWM for Wednesday? No. Right? No. That's bad. I'm not gonna do that. What's the deal with Top? It's massively over shorted, but they still haven't announced anything. Top's mostly just really illiquid, and they had to do some covering today. Ooh, did my package get delivered? Out for delivery. Can I buy a VWAP hat for my birthday next week? Sure, I guess, if you want to. Just putting this out there for the Louvre. Magnum CPI with your face on Tom Selleck's Hawaiian shirted body. All right, yeah, that's amazing. I hope someone heard that. Squeeze play? Is this like a weekly thing, or are you holding for a while? Well, so the deal with Top is they haven't announced earnings in like 3 months, and they're going to be delisted. Supposedly, they got an accounting firm last month, and they promised to have their updated financials available this month. If their financials come in, and they're also, supposed to be announcing a change in their business strategy and some restructuring of their debt. But if that all comes in positively, TUP could run really, really hard. It's massively short right now. If it doesn't, they might just be going bankrupt, which is also a possibility. But I figured we don't know what the timing is going to be for the earnings announcement, right? But Tup got to a point where it was so heavily shorted that I figured there would be a little bit of covering, so I grabbed some calls on it anyway. I'm leaning 99% likely they go bankrupt given the history of these things. True, although management at Tup has been very vocal about wanting to keep the company afloat. And their sales, like their revenues aren't bad. It's just they have a bit of a debt problem. Well, there can be a lot of money to be made off stocks that are going bankrupt. I'm keeping all my Revlon products in Tupperware. I mean, this is the entirety of my Tup exposure. Is just these $2 calls for April, and I'm kind of at the point where I want to sell them. Except I think if they don't release earnings in the next like 5 days, Tup might just run to $2 anyway. Cough, BNED, cough. I don't care about BNED. I already got rid of my cost basis. I told you to sell cover calls, Dork. You could have been selling cover calls all the way into their non-existent earnings. What happened to BNED? They're trying to get some funding, I think. If I sold covered calls, BNED would be worth $15. Truer words have never been spoken. Oh no, my calls. Wait, they were sold. I will say that if BNED manages to get a little bit of capital for a runway, that could be really good for them. I still like their turnaround plan quite a lot. What's more risky, Top or BNED? They're probably Top. Yeah, they're probably pretty close, actually. They're in similar situations. Top has a lot more debt, but they also have bigger revenues. Why are the bulls struggling so much here? I told you before, there's big fucking walls of puts at 20 and 25. But we're pushing up, right? We're starting to get a breakout. We should start to pick up futures buyers here soon if we keep breaking higher. Yeah, really close to like picking up some futures buyers here above like 51.85. We're like almost at that bear that bear signal line. I mean, playing the upside here hasn't been terrible. It's just been really slow. But we're breaking out of trend, right? And that's bullish. And then that could see us push as high as like 5,200. If we hit 5,200, we're out of the puts, right? And then the puts are going to squeeze off, which could move us even higher. Could be the breadth to push SPX. It's going to have to come from somewhere because I don't think it's coming from fucking QQQ right now. Yeah, QQQ's doing okay. There's some volume there too. What about Dow? Dow looks like it's on track to a pretty good reversal also. Dollar. Dollar's not doing much. If dollar starts to fail more here, and then top end of the yields drop a bit. How much of that gap is left? I'm tired of bankruptcy plays, so I'm gonna gamble with biopharma a bit. Same risk level, right? I mean, it's not too different. It's just a bankruptcy play without the title, right? Is it possible for the market to not have a meaningful correction and the economy be in a recession? The job market isn't seeming bullish at all. It's still really strong. It's which isn't necessarily bullish. It's inflationary, but it's definitely strong. But yeah, that's usually like stagnation or stagflation. How's RSP today? RSP's positive. VX came down pretty hard already. SPY looks pretty good at 511. Yeah, it looks like it's just going to take a lot of time. But bulls are starting to get some traction. A little bit of put buying here, but significantly less than there was on the last downside test. So, like, a lot less than there was after the auction. Dealer's just a little bit positive delta and gamma right now. And we're starting to get a lot more calls at 20, 25, 30. So we're building up a bit of a ramp above 15. We're also getting a pretty strong call wall at 15. It's not quite as big as the puts at 10, though. I think IWM is a good straddle for CPI tomorrow. It might be, actually. Yeah, I could see that. Still holding the call wall. Nvidia slipped. What's Apple doing? Google still looks good. Ooh. Jesus Christ. Big buying on Apple. Trying to offset the fucking drop in Nvidia. Looks like it doesn't matter. Meta's at VWAP. It's not good. Buying's starting to ramp up again. Bull's dead? Under a lot of pressure. I don't know if they're dead. Losing the 15 call wall wasn't great for them, though. Although I guess the question is, are they going to sell it off or are they going to buy more? Calls are still pretty pricey. $5 at the money. Quite as much as puts, but close. Does Apple look like a meme stock? The fuck? I'm trying to diamond hand the 5130. Maybe. If we get a test at 25, I can sell the 25s against them. Here it comes. The big peeners. I don't know if we're getting any of this today. We might have gotten like a little bit of put capitulation there, but might not be enough. I'm kind of in the same situation. We need to see bulls selling the put and buying the 15 and 20 call. Yeah, a little bit of put capitulation on the test. So I mean, bears are kind of giving up a little positioning, but not a lot yet. And they still have the lead by a long shot. The biggest advantage bulls have is that we're not under 5110, honestly. Getting a little support here. Trying to get a little support here. I have a feeling this is just going to be really drawn out. We're going to end up with like a fucking like ascending triangle over the next 2 hours. Maybe an end of day breakout. That's not a good test. Apple starting to sell off again. What the fuck was that? Video's catching a bid. It's not great, but the calls haven't given up yet. We got a little bit of profit taking on them, but not a lot. I mean, this is a giant, like, intraday bear flag, right? So we'll see how far it breaks down and then where it recovers. If we don't break down very much, it can turn bullish quickly. Would 25 still be possible if they stabilize? I mean, they could push it higher than that. Once we're past 25, there's no more like bearish resistance to the upside. We start to get into like longer dated calls above 25, and then there's longer dated calls at 30, and then those kind of ramp up into 51.50. And that puts a lot of like the bullish charm back in the money. 51.10 starts to put some more of the bullish charm back in the money, but a lot more at 50. That's why we're so stable here, but a lot more at 51.25, 50.30, 51.30. But every time we drop to this level and we don't drop below it, right, we're gonna get more and more capitulation. Like more and more of the 51.10 puts are gonna fall off, right, and that's gonna push the dealer delta long, which is gonna help the call side even more, right? And sometimes it takes multiple tests, but each one's incrementally just a little bit higher, right? And with each one of these, the bulls gain slightly more advantage. And if there's one thing 0 DTE bulls on fucking SPXR, it's persistent as shit. Yeah, it's doing pretty okay. How are you doing, Nuke? I bought a shitload of AVGO at open, and it went up like $20 and I sold it all. That stock's silly, by the way. Lily's not that big. Not by itself. It's the fact that everything else is dropping that matters. I'm playing around with the short SPX strangles and option strat. Since the margin requirement is high and risk is infinite loss, how to manage risk for income? Well, I mean, you can really only play those if you have portfolio margin. But you stop out the loser, generally speaking. Do you use the weekly NVIDIA contract? Yeah. I also don't carry them over the weekend. So no weekend straddles on NVIDIA. Only Monday through Friday or Monday through Thursday. No problem. I bought some calls and puts. I stopped out of the calls near the low. Puts have like 14 to 30 DTE though. Fair enough. Yeah, it does look like some of the puts that are coming in, especially below 5100, have a decent amount of theta on them. That might be fucking up our bullish momentum more than anything, is that the put buyers are buying a little bit of theta, and the call buyers are absolutely not buying any theta. I still have delta exposure for when fireworks happen. That's fair. I'm gonna get some of that myself. Just not yet. Oh, come on. Sell the fucking 5110. Do the stuff. Let's go. This is boring. I have theta till tomorrow. I'm pretty much a rock star. Better hope CPI is not bullish. Or not bearish. I don't know which. Or hope it's really one or the other. We're going to land tomorrow if CPI is hot. I mean, depending on the market reaction to hot CPI, we could dump pretty hard. We gotta see how much of the bearish positioning gives up today, but I would say that like 50-50, maybe even lower, is definitely not out of the question. 5,000? Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ. Bear flag all day. We still haven't filled this fucking gap. Dork, this is the shittiest bullish bear flag ever. Greg, no worries. 5150 end of day. I mean, yeah, but I'm gonna like cut my calls before that happens, right? And then we'll go to 5150 end of day. And 60 BPS of that will be in the last. It'll be in the last like 5 minutes. It's super dog shit. The best price action's always in the last 5 minutes. Unfortunately. Hey, look, there they go. Now they're selling the 5110. Look at that spread blow up. Good job, bulls. Lazy fucks. I love how they'll sell like 50 million fucking delta in contracts at VIX 13, but VIX 1550, gotta be careful. If this slips 110, it can drop kind of hard. If by kind of hard you mean to 5,000, 5,100, then yeah. TBT June calls. Why? Leverage ETFs have cash settled FTDs. There's no point. TBT isn't leveraged, isn't it? It's ultra short. It's 2x leverage. What the fuck are you talking about? I play games with my heart, poopy pants, okay? It's the layman ETF. It's the one that always goes on when everyone starts shorting treasuries. Yeah, I switched the futures contracts already. Or are you asking about trading? I'm still trading the March contract. There's still a lot of volume on it. Did you mean to quote Backstreet Boys? Of course. Any idea of range? 5,200, 5,000? It's fucking CPI. Has it been mentioned that vol convexity is positive? Yes. That's a spicy meatball. It is. And it's been positive like all day. Although they are trying to get it under control. They're going to need to get VIX back below VX1, which is still quite a ways away. Although I will say they're leveraging the fuck out of the carry trade today. It's up like 10%. Will you straddle or strangle CPI? Straddle. Yeah, sub 16 I'm not a big fan of. Like sub VIX 16 I'm not a big fan of strangles. Even at 16 I'm not that big a fan of them. Maybe like 5 wide, but nothing crazy. As vol picks up from there, like 18, 20, then strangles get a lot more attractive. Get that corn out of my face. What's up, Twat Waffle? Shouldn't the carry trade be blood red all the time? No. Fucking market just gapping its way out of that catastrophic world-ending 6 bip dip. The bulls are really trying. I gotta give them credit where it's due. You think they're gonna let vol convexity go into CPI positive? I don't think so. That's why I think it's gonna run hard as fuck. Because that's the right, like then they gotta be like, well, tomorrow our short vol position might just blow up. Hey, look, I have a free super chat. Look at you. Thanks, Gary. Well, Gary's twin, I guess. Do they have a choice? Yeah, they can spend all their money shorting vol for the rest of the day until they get VIX back under VX, like cash VIX back under VX. Risk desks hate this one weird trick. Do you think the bondholders want vol convexity negative heading into CPI? Probably, yeah, because they want to go longer vol. It's cheaper. I think the real question is has it gone so positive that there's no pulling it back? Remember, long volatility doesn't have diminishing returns. I mean, it's cheap. It's not cheaper to get exposure if it's positive. I mean, think of it as like increased marginal utility. I did it. I picked the right direction and averaged down. I'm learning. Nice, man. Yeah, the return is better, but the entry cost is lower. Like I just said. Think of it like increased marginal utility. Especially if you're using bonds as leverage, right? Gross. Banning TikTok seems like something our House of Representatives could really get behind. It'd be the first thing the US government has done that's positive for its citizens in well over a decade. 30 years. While they're at it, they should just ban all social media. I'll set up a bench with a desktop in Central Park and you guys can come visit me. Yes, ban finfluencers. How do you stay awake all trading day after staying up all night doing research and pleasuring yourself with market knowledge? Is it just espresso? Yeah, largely. It feels like there's a bull or two missing from this parade. Thanks, Lawrence. Yeah, there's a couple bulls missing from the parade. I'm curious, what do you consider the last thing the US government has done for the people? Hmm. I haven't really thought about it that far. Taking us off the gold standard? That's like 50 years ago, though. The New Deal? That was pretty great. I mean, exclusionary, but benefited the majority at the time. Obamacare? Well, that was a step in the right direction that was a massive failure. Ooh, ooh. Uh, Bill Clinton balanced the budget that one time. All we've done since is fuck it up. Yeah, he repealed Glass-Steagall, though, so it was not bad. Also, NAFTA was idiotic. Basel III, not implemented. And it's Basel. Basel, not IL. It's not Basel. Technically, it's Basel IV, but I'm not going to get into it. Basmati 3. VIX lower, price lower. Huh. That doesn't feel like a win. Head and shoulders or grind up. You're asking the right questions. Um, could be a head and shoulders. Might be a head and shoulders. Poor bulls. Anything interesting happening today, or is this a goof off kind of day? We're in the world's longest bear flag. Calls capitulating? No, not really. There's some put buying. Video looks okay. How's Apple doing? Tesla's trying to break back above 180. Microsoft is doing okay. Meta's turning it around a bit. Kind of bullish consolidation there. And the video looks pretty good too. Maybe not. Maybe just retest 75, but it looks pretty good recovery. Down 5 bits. It's the end times. Yeah, I'm sitting here with no positions, and it feels right, but so wrong. Also, you could have held calls all day that decayed into nothing. So that was always an option. I must stop this crash as fast as possible. I mean, yeah. Ooh, I did that option. Nice. I wish all calls could have just been AVGO. Speaking of which, do I want to re-enter that? It's still under 13. It's very tempting. So much range. I could just move up $100. But what if CPI fucks me? Right? I still sold at the top for the day. Let's see. There's a 100 wide vertical on this piece of shit. 16 bucks. It's not really worth it. $13.25. 750. Ooh. 25. Ooh, that's nice. Bullish CPI hedge? Hmm. Inverted head and shoulders on the 30-minute. Sure. Oh, on Apple? Ugh, not really. More of like just bullish consolidation. Dirk, talk me out of buying this fucking 75 wide debit spread out of the money. Failing to break up bearish? We've been dropping for days. No, we dropped for one day, and then that's fucking regarded. But why? Do it? I feel like it's a genius play. Hmm. Maybe I shouldn't be an asshole, and I should just target like 50. That's more money though. Which is 13.25.50. Ooh. I kind of like that. Ah, fucking piece of shit. Go back up. SPX looking kind of dumpy. Yeah? No. Unfortunately. It's also not looking very bullish, but at this rate, 30 would be a miracle. Well, calls get cheaper, so especially as vol gets shorted and time passes. Yeah, it's extremely frumpy. Frumpy pigskin. If they fill the gap, they can get 30 easy. If we break 25, they can get 30 easy. How much is just a 30-25 call? 13.25. $11? for a fucking weekly? What is wrong with the volatility on this? What a piece of shit. Dork would have loved the ones from this morning. They were $20 each. Don't forget the end of day pumpies. Decision time. Let's buy the Biltmore house. Just throw a big party. Gonna load up on XRT pits. All right. What, dork? There's nothing wrong with $20 options. We're only 13 bips from glory. What if, now hear me out, bear flag not lead to market doing GME MOASS hedgy romance explosion? Where have you been living under a rock, man? When there's going to be a market for buying calls and puts on calls and puts, like I want leverage on 100 5000p contracts. I want to buy calls on the 5000p price. What? 75,000 square feet, which is more than 4 acres of floor space, 250 room French Renaissance chateau, includes 35 bedrooms, 43 bathrooms, 65 fireplaces. Okay. That's a lot of fireplaces. 175,000 square feet. Oh, that's better. Does it have an indoor pool? It's comments like that why he got banned from Super Stonk. That might be true. $12 bips, dork. And no air conditioning? Yes, indoor pool? Alright. Well, that seems worth it. Your mom's 12 bips? Your paper trade puts are fucked. No, they're probably not. But fuck you. You can't be a homeowner and make money on puts, dork. Oh shit, Tup's back at $1.50. Nice. When are all the puts going to be done selling off? Seriously running out of time here. $51.18 is a fortress. It's, yeah, kind of ridiculous. This is the classic head and shoulders into mutated head and shoulders formation. This radioactive decay. What if he sublets his house? Could those tenants make money on puts? Yes. There's no posts on top. It's a company that's attempting as hard as it can to go bankrupt. They might file some financial information at some point this month before they're delisted, but until then, they've been shorted into the dirt, and there's a little bit of synthetic short covering going on. See, Dork, you're assuming that the puts on the chain are bought. But that's never been true. BNED deficient. Issue failed to meet NASDAQ continued listing requirements. That doesn't sound good. Oh, is it just the warning? I think it's probably just the warning. They're under $1. Watching this market is like watching a 9-year-old trade with billions of dollars. Yeah. Bullish. Hey, that 9-year-old started with only a small loan of $1 million. In what situations do you use covered puts? CSPs? Is Fubo a stock you might use this strategy? If I wanted to own more Fubo, sure. But I don't. I usually use CSPs on something that I want to buy. Or at least something that I'm okay with owning if I incidentally buy it. I mean, BNED's not a pickles pick. Neither is Top. I don't put that shit in my analysis. You guys are just poor and you buy shitty stocks. You're like, ooh, it's $1. I can't wait to buy tons of this. Nice, Trude. My fucking sister sold hers like a week ago for like she had like college expenses or something. And I was like, no fucking way. So not only did she buy it at like $9, she got out at the top. Well, close to the top. Then she was like, "This stock stuff's fun." She doesn't. She doesn't have any options. Proof it's genetic and therefore not my fault. She doesn't look anything like me. I can't believe I'm voluntarily shirking work for this price action. It's pretty awful. Uh, hey, Gherk, look at that. I don't care. Red candle means nothing unless it goes below 51.10. Dixie's a beast. Oh, yeah, Dixie's kind of turning up a bit. That's problematic. Futures is having the world's slowest breakout, but it does look bullish. Hmm. It's just an ascending wedge. Not bullish for Nvidia or Meta. Dude, Nvidia could literally just run to fucking 900 in like 5 candles. There's not a lot in its way, right? You gotta love how the candle bodies are filling all of the area in your wedge. We don't want to leave any ranges untraded today, Dungston. All every penny of SPX needs to be fully traded twice over before the range can change. Nvidia is what's wrong with the markets, largely. Yeah. Nvidia 1000 end of week, then split 5 to 1. And then the options chain blows up and it goes to $10. They're not going to split, I don't think. Maybe after earnings, which might be too late. Oh fuck, Top broke 150. It's on. Ooh, Humana's having a really good day. Gross. Microsoft's still in the red. QQQ still sucks. Ooh. Oh shit. Volume? Okay. Hmm. Dixie's cooling off. Yeah, a little bit. Wow, rejected. It's cooling off, but Could this still reject back to 5100? It's pretty unlikely at this point. I mean, I guess, but it would require like a lot of call capitulation, which is usually pretty rare. Also, I think like there's a decent amount of support at 5110. Not just the intraday, but like all expirations. Man, they're trying so hard to squeeze the puts out. If SPX breaks 25, it can. Dollars pulling back. But yields are still up a little bit. Yields haven't started pulling back yet. ES is finally breaking out above 187.50. Or 186.75, I guess. 750 was the earlier resistance, right? 88. Same high tossed. Still not finding buyers on ES. 5190. Momentum looks pretty good. Hmm. Why are Nvidia and Meta not breaking up like SPX? They're not. Neither one of those are having a very good day. Microsoft's doing pretty good though, and so is Apple, I imagine. Apple's starting to. Nvidia looks pretty good. It's testing VWAP. Meta's not doing that great. I think Google's also pushing up. Yeah. Futures just starting to hit 50. Yep. Okay. Futures are tested. Yep. There's the buyers. 51.90 on futures. Big moves. Still a decent number of call buyers. I think momentum's still pretty strong. Is that this morning's high on futures? Close. We tested 51.91. Hmm. A little bit of support right here. 51.33, 38, and 50. Fifty-one, 31, 84, 33, 73. Filled the gap, now back down. Well, some call side capitulation, but it doesn't look like call buying's really stopping. There's still a lot of buying at the $20 and $25 call. And we have a little bit of a ramp here as long as we can hold 51.20. Yeah, we still got quite a lot of calls being bought. VIX is getting stuffed again. We're getting support on futures at 51.86. We found support at 51.86. At least tentatively. Hmm. Selling the fuck out of the 130 call. Still holding 20. Okay. Boop. Risk of a rug pull here? Oh yeah. Big time. Hmm. It's still like an hour left. Now the gap's filled. Probably no more capitulation from the 25 strikes. So I think if we get another bounce here, that sets us up pretty well. Provided we get another bounce here. Consolidation's still pretty bullish. We seem to be holding the 5186 level on futures. Although the buyers at 5190 kind of dried up pretty quick. What half like most of our V days are basically all day bear flags. They're hunting me, Gorg. I feel you. Hmm. All right. 15 on the futures is starting to get a little bit more bullish. Where does the want this shit? Not up here. I want it back at like 15. I would say that 30 is probably as far as our range could even extend today, to be honest. Maybe a little above, like 31, 33. It's just not a lot of room up there. Not unless we get a shitload of calls. Still not a lot of volume. Like there's no like volume on the breakouts really. Even the big pump didn't have that much volume. Like that big upside move was only like fucking 40,000 contracts. There was sell-offs this morning and like right after market open were like 60K contracts each. So this is kind of bullshit. Support here. That doesn't look fucking good. That looks alright. It's kind of starting to pull back. Might be getting a little bullish momentum. Yeah, I think maybe we get, if we get another breakout, we probably get it pretty soon here. And we'll see if we can break up on the second test of 25. Maybe without all the call capitulation. CPI matters a lot. Tomorrow make or break for this week. I mean, things are getting like on like longer term time frames and like across the options chain, things are getting pretty fucking bearish. Ooh, that's not good. Even if CPI is cool, it might not matter much, right? If things keep de-risking. Check the what's this? Do you have to wait end of data straddle for CPI using IWM and SPY? Why both? I'll be shocked if we don't see VIX 15, SPX 130 end of day. You might be shocked. This is a whole lot of consolidation, man. a lot of puts at 51.25 still. Um, some of the 51.20 puts broke down. 25.30 still has calls, but that's where our resistance is. It's just starting to turn into a downtrend. This is a bit too much consolidation. Hmm. Oh, gross. Where's the upside top out? It's kind of narrowing, but around 28.30. And that would kind of be a stretch. We're almost like fully mean reverted at this point. Even if we turn around here, it might be kind of unlikely that we break above 25. We picked up quite a lot of puts at the 25 strike at the top of this. Well, like during the consolidation. Bears are being pretty aggressive. I mean, we've got a ramp on the call side, but I don't know if it's big enough to get through the 51.25 puts. Losing 20 is not a very big deal. Losing 15 would be very bad. House Speaker Mike Johnson says House Republicans reject Biden's misguided budget proposal. Oh, fantastic. Mm. Nope. Dude, what the fuck is with the Bulls? Another big spike in put buying. So Spy 7DT, how is 5111P worth more than 511C when the 511C is in the money? Because Vol's up. They're pricing in 7DT. 7DT is like the FOMC meeting. Should look at like the 5 or the 6 or something. Let's see if they're cheaper. That's probably like risk premium, right? How the fuck are you buying 7 DTE on a straddle? It's Monday. Damn, those are pricey. Tomorrow's expiration. Still a shitload of puts tomorrow, especially at 51.25. Jesus, there's like no fucking calls on the chain for tomorrow at all. Yeah, well, yeah, I guess we have 30 minutes for them to come in, but there's not a lot of calls on the chain. You'd think they'd want to pin it to 25 where they have their longer dated interest. Party is over. Maybe, yeah. Alright, we're getting like another bit of call accumulation again. Hmm. Man, the fucking Bears are just stomping on the. Every time the Bulls move in to buy calls, they just fucking buy a shitload more puts. This is so weird. We haven't seen anything like this in forever. Fucking early 2023. Yes. Wait to confirm crossing the gamma flip before entering longer dated puts. I mean, deltas. The delta flip is where things get really bearish, but you can tentatively take some longer dated puts at the gamma flip. But that's at like 5,000. That's nowhere near here. Not the fucking SPXW gamma flip. It can still bounce from there. I can't believe we pulled all the way the fuck back to 15 on that. That's insane. Futures looks like shit. Yeah, I think this is just gonna break down into close. Where's all the put interest? 5110, 5105. So if we lose 20, that's the last line in the sand for the Bulls, and we've already kind of lost it. Vol's rising. Yeah, that looks bullish, bearish as fuck. Yeah. I think we're gonna lose 15 too, which is probably the end of the bulls. There's no fucking support at 15. And then we start to hit tomorrow's put ramp down to 105. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Dirk, did you short? Oops. I told you I was short. You son of a bitch. Hmm. This is about neutral for the market maker. Like, this is where the market maker probably wants to end the day. But there's still puts coming in at 51.10, 51.05. We're getting vol shorting, but it doesn't seem to matter much. Found that resistance at 18 again. Futures. The futures failed the trend. Yeah, it doesn't look particularly good. Back to like 51.75 or 51.71. Maybe the neutral positioning falls back to 5100. 25 minutes left. Let me see if positioning for tomorrow is changing. What's up? Nice, Dork. Yeah, we're just getting more pets. 51.10, 51.05. Man, people are not bullish on the CPI data at all. Which is funny because the forecasts are all pretty cool. Bears don't need seem to be fighting very hard to keep it here. Volume's anemic. No, they're not. Most of the volume's out on tomorrow's expiration anyway. What if those puts are sold for tomorrow? I don't think so. I can say pretty definitively some of them are not. Under like 50, 80 they might be. But selling puts there doesn't offer any advantage. And they're all coming in here out of the fucking money. And no calls are being bought. It doesn't add up. If we're seeing synth longs come in, sure. But a lot of bulls are focused on BTC. Yeah, I don't I don't think the scope of these two markets is totally different. All right, futures rejected on the bottom of the trend, starting to pick up some volume. There we go. All right, futures is selling off a bit. Momentum's getting pretty bearish into the end of the day too. Support here, 51.13. Maybe not. All of your trades are just hot CPI credit event, Doric. It's ridiculous. All right. Oh, that's not wildly overpriced. That's not even much better. Fucking IV on tomorrow's straddles is ridiculous. CPI hot? No, CPI's out. CPI's not out yet. Authors accused NVIDIA of using copyrighted books to train its MOAI. Yeah, I read about that. Oh, we're getting some call buying. Mostly tomorrow's expiration. 51.15, 51.20. Futures bounced back into trend. Yay, clown candles. Yeah, but there's still resistance. 51.25's got a fuck ton of puts. I did have calls for today. Huh. That's an absolute shitload of gamma. Does a lot of work for a 5% gain. You planning on buying tomorrow's expiration for your straddle? No, I'm gonna buy them further out. Looks like, maybe I'll just buy the end of the month ones and hold them longer. IV's like way overpriced, all the way into OPEX. So buying the weeklies is kind of out. Next Mondays might not be bad, but then you have FOMC on Tuesday. Yeah, these aren't priced too badly. March 15 AM contracts like 2% higher. ADM will release its earnings tomorrow morning. How's your positioning looking on that one? If you don't mind, are you tempted to add to it? I didn't even know they had earnings tomorrow. Not really. No, I don't think so. I added to it once already. At like 52.50. I don't think I'm gonna add any more to it. I just doubled down to lower my cost basis. Does positioning look alright? I mean, it's earnings. Positioning just looks like it's earnings. I don't think there's a lot to glean from it. Why the fuck isn't that loading? What a sour hour. Yeah, just a bunch of fucking chop. Did they just close all the 5120s? Some of them. We also got more like 5115 puts that came in. Huh. Well, it's still not fucking loading. I thought the Bulls might actually do it. I mean, they tried. Oh, there we go. I don't know. It's pretty evenly split. I guess there's a little bit more put weight around 5250. Gamma's pretty flat on both sides. There's some weekly calls at 57.50 and 60. Although those might just be sold. Dealers expecting moves like 2%, so it's not very exciting. 5% by Friday. Ugh. sell off into close? No, probably just fucking sit here. Just keep pulling back to where the market maker wants to be, which is like right here. Both bulls and bears are trying to pull the price around, but it just keeps reverting back. How convenient, yeah. If CPI is cool, do you think bulls pump to the moon? Maybe. If hot, big dumps? Yeah, probably. That's usually how CPI works. It's gonna need to be pretty hot, though. I think, like, above 0.4% month over month. I'll write it up tonight. I mean, I don't think earnings is gonna be all that bullish, given that there's, or at least last I looked, there was no resolution to the stockholder shit. Hmm. Yeah, they're still just getting sued by everyone in existence. Lose 5110. Come on, Bears. So, because every time we drop below 5115, the Bulls start buying calls again. What's Meta doing? Dropping into close. The video is dropping a little bit. QQQ is just closing at view up. IWM looks kind of shitty. I think even at this point, if we test 5110, the fucking puts will just capitulate, right? Take a peek at Apple. What's it doing? Yeah. I mean, it's still up on the day. But, yeah, very, very shitty price action. Microsoft looked like it was going to recover earlier. Then it just fucking failed with everything else. I will say ES doesn't look good. Like the double top and then the fail of the trend is it's not a good look. This might pull down towards like 5100 overnight. Because the bearish positioning going into CPI is significantly stronger. Not a good look, you say? Time to buy 100,000 futures contracts. You know, that's very reasonable. What about puts on Carvana? Call me an idiot. I mean, do you have some theta? If you have some theta, I don't think that's a bad choice. The fucking upgrade on that was bullshit anyway. Thoughts on Oracle earnings? I don't have any. I don't play earnings. I haven't looked at Oracle in years. Call interest picked up a bit on it. Not a lot though. Gamma, charm on it's kind of negative. Gamma's flat. Delta's flat. Looks like people are pretty neutrally positioned for the outcome. I wouldn't say it's skewed anyway. They spelled it upgrade? What? Why would anybody spell any... Why would anyone spell that way? I'm bringing out my circle stick for the Sea Bears tonight. Okay. Popcorn Trader cares deeply about Oracle. They owe him a lot. Well, he has a personal grudge with Larry Ellison, but that has nothing to do with the rest of us. Crypto is back, baby. My broker just emailed and said I could lever up on Pepe Coin. You could just buy $10 of Bitcoin like everyone else, you know. Oh. I wish TLT moved a little bit more today, but I guess we're not going to see anything until tomorrow. Do I want to add more to my AVGO before close? I don't think so. Yeah, I got enough. Brock Hobbs gonna dump to like fucking 1200 if CPI is hot. Those are fun. Everyone's in high spirits. Bulls, prots are printing and bulls are crying. I don't know if they're crying, but they're definitely in a worse position than they were on Friday. I don't know how many bulls there were left after Friday, frankly. $10 my BTC is now worth 15. Hashtag winning. Congratulations, man. If CPI is hot, will people buy TLT? No. The real question is, will bulls be crying tomorrow? Ding ding. Well, we'll find out, right? I'll go over the CPI reports and the analyst estimates and stuff like that tonight and Pickles picks. So I'll write up the whole thing on it. So futures tried to break out of its expanding descending wedge that started uh, forming this morning. Bear flag broke down at the very end of the day, and even at close, still failed to recover the trend. Probably will either sit here or we're gonna get dragged down into more of the positioning overnight. Either way that shakes out, it probably won't happen until after futures reopen. Um, the broader scheme of things, I mean, this is pretty bearish, right? You know, we didn't break up from the bull flag today. We didn't regain the, we didn't even regain the 51.25 level, let alone the 51.50 level. So not a lot of bullish interest out of the money. We have a little bit at the 51 like 25 through 30 strikes for tomorrow, but puts are pretty loaded from like 51.10 all the way down to like 50.75. So I would say as far as the neutral positioning goes into CPI tomorrow, the expectations are pretty bearish. RSP had a decent day today, despite SPX shitting the bed. RSP was up 13 points. QQQ down 37. I think IWM was down about 78. And Dow was actually up 9 points. VIX got crushed pretty hard today. But not hard enough. Are we still? I think we're still sitting on positive yield on volatility. If that persists through tomorrow, and CPI is hot and vol keeps pushing up, that's gonna get really fucking bearish really fucking fast. So keep an eye on that, I guess. Core bouncing back today. Looks like bond vol's up a bit. Core 1 month is up as well. Dollar recovered a little bit towards the end of the day, and then kind of found some resistance where it's now triple topped. I think that's around like the 102.90 level. And yields up a little bit on the back half of the day, mostly on the 2 and the 5 year. Broad commodities moved up a little, not very much, but up from where they opened. That probably not any positive impact on BTU there, really. Skews down again, so a little bit more tail risk interest yesterday. Still a lot of the S&P above the 20-day average. Actually, well, new week starting today, but correlation has moved more negative as of today than it was at the close of last week between VIX futures and spot VIX. So they're pushing back against it. It's just they haven't been very successful in doing that. And from this morning till now, we priced out about 5 points of rate cuts for 2024. So not a lot of changes. I know inflation expectations were a little bit higher on the Fed report from like the consumer inflation expectations from the New York Fed. No tail on the 3 year, so not a lot of volatility off of that. Mostly today is just setting up for tomorrow. So tomorrow morning, we're going to be looking for CPI and seeing how hot it is. And that's going to be in the pre-market. If it comes in hot and we lose the 5100 level, that opens up the range to about 50-50, although there's not a lot of support at 50-50 either. And we'd be in a net negative gamma environment for at least the weekly chain at that point. So a sell off to 50 could potentially sell off to 5,000. 5,000's the crux of everything. That's where that big synth long position is of like 1.5 million contracts, and so losing 5,000 is a very big deal, but losing 5,100 is not that big of a deal as far as like bearish momentum goes. If we break to the upside, I think we need to clear like 5130 still in order to get that breakout and test
50, and then 50 to 75 is still pretty weak, but there's a little bit of a ramp there. It would need to expand tomorrow, and more interest would have to pick up in those strikes in order to move higher, but it could. And a cool CPI tomorrow would definitely be pretty bullish because they're going to price in more rate cuts, and we're going to see yields drop, right? As we go into the FOMC meeting. Unless PPI is hot, that would probably stay that way until next week. Don't forget, if we're above 51.25, 51.50, 51.75, we get more and more positive charm going into this week's massive OPEX expiration. Even at these price levels, I think with just like the 5100 in the money, we have like 30 billion in positive charm. And then, if we lose those levels, that charm starts to go the other way. So we'll keep an eye on that. And thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a good night.